milk, milk, cheese, I lost the game.
Hold on, did we lose Meow? Are we lost before we've even begun? Where's my Twitch page? My page with all my Twitch. Where Twitch is currently yelling at me, but we're fine. Oh, I can remove that. Okay, let's remove that from my title that I forgot to remove a second ago. Hello, hello, hello. You are not unstable. Twitch, you're fine. It's fine. Twitch will figure it out, or they won't. It's just one of those things. Yeah, Meow is right there. I see it. I do see the meows. The meows are there. Minty, I think your extension might be having a time. Maybe I am unbroken. No, I see it too. He's right there. Meow meow. Chat spam meows. Just for fun. Hold on, I'm trying to double check some stuff. Okay, that's going correctly. We're doing another experiment today, which is that... Yes, meow spam. Spam it! You're unable? You could write meow, though. Meow meow. I really like the difference between seeing it in one place and seeing it in another. Can I watch it more than 160p? Chat constantly stops updating. I have to refresh everything like 5-ish minutes. Now I can't even see meow. Uh-oh. We're doing fine. Everything is fine. I see the meow. So today's experiment is not that it affects a lot of people, but I've changed the video quality for the stream. So today's video quality is 720p on here. However, at the same time that I am streaming, I am recording in 1080. So we're gonna just see if that works, because I was able to get so many things to work on 720 that weren't working on 1080 for streaming, for specifically my streaming encoder. But then AV1 doesn't care and is perfectly fine. So if stream seems lower quality, it is because that I have turned down the quality just a little bit. But that's okay, we're gonna see if this works. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'll just go scream at the void or something. But today we're gonna be playing a game called The Looker. So if you guys do remember that I played The Witness. Now, The Witness has had a lot of criticisms for being a little bit of a pretentious game and that the creator was just a little bit ridiculous. So somebody went out and went, I'm gonna make a game that's like The Witness, but not, and more ridiculous, and kind of respects your time a little bit more. And so they made The Looker. It's actually completely free on Steam. Like, if you wanted to play this right now, you can for free. Like, they just did this. And a lot of people that knew that I was playing The Witness wanted me to also play The Looker because it's very silly. And you know what? 10 out of 10 reason to play a game. So that's what we're gonna do today. Anyways, I hope you guys have had a fantastic weekend. I hope that everybody that is normally in Texas is doing okay. Please take care of yourselves. We appreciate you very much, but your safety comes first and foremost. I've already checked in with a couple of people from Texas, and everybody I've checked in so far has been fine. Texas, they've had major flooding. Major flooding. Like, really bad. And actually, just to, I can't do it from here. Hold on. We're doing this from here. So, this is obviously care first and foremost about those that are close to you, like, emotionally. However, there is a creator on Twitch who I love very much, who is called Maya. And the Alveus Sanctuary had some flooding. Thankfully, almost everything is okay. Just the road in and out is not fantastic. I'm gonna go ahead and shout out the Sanctuary channel. She has a sanctuary where they have a lot of rescue creatures. Just watching the stream, watching the ads over there, doing anything to support them is, like, super good. We definitely want to see that road fixed so they can get stuff in and out of the sanctuary. Again, focus on your friends and family first. Focus on them first, but if you have time or money or whatever, definitely support Alveus Sanctuary. We love them very much. Okay, now we play video gaming. Are you ready? I'm not. Oh, we have to move you again. Where do you guys want to go now? Or should I just leave you in that corner? Do you like your corner? Corner jail? Do you want to be bigger? I can make the corner jail bigger. What do you want? No, I don't want Carol. That's not what I'm trying to click. I've seen the flood warnings down there. Guess it didn't click. Yeah, it would be big. Okay, I didn't expand Stan when I clicked that. Am I not allowed to expand Stan? You get to be a little bit bigger, and then I need to make Stan... Oh, okay. Let's just make him real narrow on the side of this today. Why? I don't know. It fills me with joy to make Stan really narrow. How do you like it? Press the shift key to walk faster. Right click to exit a puzzle. Yeah, these down here, fantastic. Left click while up close to a puzzle to perform a glory kill. Thank you, video game. I've never been more afraid. You missed the good one? Is it the one about become smarter and try again? Mm-hmm. If you can't solve a puzzle, be smarter and try again. We love it here. So again, this is a parody. Ish. It's gonna be in the same genre, but we'll be fine. Okay. Ready, steady, loading. Oh, we have a ominous loading circle. Well, that's light. What's over here? Oh, shift does go faster. Excuse me? Excuse me? Solve to delete save file. Okay.
Hello, Twader and Rat. No cursed back today. A few of you have messaged me and I wanted to let everyone know. I am okay and I am safe with the floods in Texas. I'm keeping an eye on everything, but I should be okay. Thank you guys for checking on me. ILO.
Hey, babe, we love you. Did you just eat the first aid? Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Okay, well, I guess we get sick jams here. Okay. What's this way? Oh, no more sick jams. The sickest of jams are gone. Hi. Wait, can I perform? How do you perform an execution? I want to execute the puzzle. Start, end. Okay. Can you draw a cat?
That sick jam reminds me of the Nevermind album in the Sonic sound font.
Meow meow. Okay. Okay, this feels familiar, but not. That's different. What do you do? Something. Plants. What dis?
Kubla Khan received an ornate letter signed by Marco Polo.
Uh-huh.
In Madrid, city of lost things, no item remains where it was set. If one drops his key in the dirt, he may never re-enter his home.
Okay.
And even if he manages to stoop and recover the key, he may rise to find a tulip garden where his house once stood.
Okay.
In complementary fashion, things lost by others are forever turning up. A pocket watch on a coffee table, a fond memory in your recollection. I even know of a prince who turned up in a prison cell.
Well, that's weird.
When he appealed to the guards for his release, he failed to find the crown on his head, and when he was asked his name, he searched his thoughts, but could not find it. Indeed, the only hope now for the release of this prince of Spain is for you to send back 300 ducats for his release. Of course, he will reward you handsomely once he is out. Yours truly, Marco. Kubla Khan cocked an eyebrow and declared before his court, "Hey everyone, looks like we're about to get ripped off by the guy who traded gold for paper." The court erupted in booming laughter. Italo Calvino, Invisible Cities 2, This time, it's visible.
Okay. Okay, something's certainly going on. My mother left it today's puns. I think she liked it. Heck yeah. Okay. Start, end. Night. Z. Nope, that's not how you write a Z. 2. Okay. I like these puzzles. These puzzles make me happy because they're not that puzzling. That's a 5? No, is it 2? I'm the one who puzzled it. I'm the boy who puzzles. Oh, 5. Nope, okay. I'm going to tell that joke to my Offenthal, but I can't say that ologist name. I hope they enjoy it. It's a backwards too. Who needs to solve puzzles when you can just go around them? I like this way of solving puzzles. Eye doctor but specialist. Look with your special eyes. Sorry, I think of that thing. There's a thing up there.
Wow.
I want to hear the wahoo again. Okay, I'm happy now. I'm fine with everything. Okay, so that box is still closed, and there's a box right there that is a puzzle box. There's also those over there that are certainly something, but I have no idea what. Would I want to hit this?
You can do it. I believe in you. This is all you. Yeah, keep trying. Yeah, there's a trick to it, but you've got it.
Shit.
Yeah, maybe you can't do it. Maybe you're weak. Maybe you're stupid. You should be embarrassed, but you keep crawling back like a mewling calf at my chafing teat. Pathetic. You can do it.
Mr. Khan received a letter from a children's game. It read as follows. Up there you.
Perfect, wonderful, everything's fine. Everything is amazing. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're good. Oh. Okay. That's a shield. Can I knock these over? And draw on the floor? No. I wanted to draw on the floor. Can't open things. Stop. Do not come in. Thank you for understanding. Do not come in. Okay, back to trying to remember what puzzles I'm trying to solve and where. That's the weird spot that I came from. We solved the one in there. This one over here leads to over... Oh! Oh? Okay. I think I've gotten the handle of puzzles, guys. I love puzzle. Cheating? This isn't cheating. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on, wait. Can I draw around the edges here? No? Hold on, I was doing so good at cheating. And now it's not possible anymore. Is there an angle at which I need to do this puzzle? How do I solve you? Is there a weird wall trick to solving you? There's nowhere I can draw on the walls. Cat. Okay. How do I solve you? What did you teach me? Sometimes you can draw on things if color different. Can I turn off the lamp to make the color different? I've turned the lamp into the sun. That's the same thing. Okay, hold on. How do I... I've definitely solved it. Seems solved to me. I don't have another pen option. What other option do I have? Why weird shape? This puzzle didn't teach me anything. Can I open doors? No.
Wahoo!
Okay. I've heard a wahoo, it has filled me with strength.
Through many births, I have wandered
No.
on and on,
Oh no.
searching for, but never finding, a better deal than 0% APR on certified pre-owned vehicles for trucks tougher than a drunk Marine from the Mike's Pre-Owned, where we do the things that get things done.
I'm normal. It's fine. Why can I draw on the wire? I don't know, why can you? I don't like this game anymore. Solve the wire puzzle. Oh. They're gonna make me actually solve a puzzle, except it's not that hard because it's a really easy puzzle. I just have to go through and fix where I keep hitting the wall. Because I am not good at drawing with a mouse. Where's he? Hold on. No, hold on. Wait. Where is it? Where's the end? Hey? What do you mean, Zippo? It's Clover, it's gone! Clover, it's gone! Where's the end?
Beep. 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 Beep.
I can't tell if I'm getting closer or if he's tired of me.
Beep.
Beep. So it's obviously somewhere up here. Hold on.
Beep. 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 Beep.
Bleep.
You're right there. I mean, beep. Beep. Come on, beep.
Okay, so we're just gonna mark that. Okay. This is easy. We can do it. Stop whining. It's fine, good sir. I am living my own life. Let me live.
Beep.
Is it not right here? It's right here.
Beep.
Beep.
Beep. Yes, beep.
Okay, fine.
Beep.
Shut up.
Beep.
Shut up.
Beep. Yes. Beep. Beep. You're so close. Beep. Beep. You're right there. Beep. You're right there. I mean, beep. Beep.
You sound so depressed.
Beep. Come on. Beep. Beep. Beep.
Sad.
Beep. 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 Beep.
Are you in here?
Beep. Beep. Yes, beep. Beep.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Zier.
Beep but more dejected.
Beep but dejected is entirely his existence. I should have broken out the drawing tablet for this. Alas, I didn't, and I am an idiot. Where do you go? Meow.
Beep sad face.
Beep. The saddest robot that ever was. Okay, we're looking for this one, which goes to the chessboard? Okay. Well, I don't know how to do the chessboard yet. Can I go up here? No, because I can't go up in here. There is an up there, though. Beep. Have I opened any doors? Can I draw on the lamp? Can I draw on you? No. Do you think from an angle this makes the witness puzzle? There are stairs right here, but I can't jump. So how do I do the uppies? Simply draw a door handle. I cannot draw on this wall. The wahoo makes me very happy. Okay, that goes to the there. What's back here? Why is it smoking?
Go on, get. Don't look at me. Can you hear me? I'm nothing but a rusty chunk of steel. You don't want nothing to do with me.
Ads are happening.
All right, all right. I'll tell you my story. It was June the 8th, 1947, gray morning, slightly foggy. I had my own practice then, and I was living higher than a cosmonaut on a stepladder.
That's not very high.
My hints were subtle too, real subtle. Back then, they said good old hint button. His hints could steal the tail off a weasel.
What the fuck does that mean?
Then they tossed me in the can. Know what, know why, know how.
Uh-huh.
Those were the mean times. When all the common sense in the world won't make a nickel to buy you a black coffee. I used a rope to tie my pants, and pants to
2
tie
days
my
and
shoes.
a
I may
month
do the
too
way
late.
man does. Till one day, after stealing the socks off a fireplace,
Two
I caught
less
my
than a
own
month
book in
late?
a puddle of bootleg rye and realized I had to do what I'd never
Time.
done before. I gave myself a hint.
What the fuck does that
So
mean?
That's me. I was nothing but a downtown crumb who dreamed of being a whole sandwich. Now I'm just another sloppy Joe. Come back when you got something. Come back when you got a good one.
When I have got a good what? Okay, we'll come back to and talk to him later. Okay, back to this. Okay, if I color over enough of this. Sign can't stop me, I can't read. I could draw a penis on it. I'm not going to do that. I will, however, draw loss on it. Okay, so before we got the S and the E to mean something, but that doesn't seem to work here. The S and the E here don't though. Okay, never mind. I didn't do it good enough. I figured it out. Why is there a man with armor standing right here? Can I draw on him? I cannot draw on him. I don't like it back here. If I just cover it with enough colors behind you. Oh, he's gone. Ooh, books. A ghost. Why do I have a gun?
Beep. Oh god, what is this? Oh, I hate it.
I have a gun. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this down. Just a smidge. So I don't deafen you guys.
Beep.
Beep. I'm not supposed to shoot that, apparently. Or that. Am I supposed to shoot the ghost? Is, do you want me to shoot you? Do not scratch. Hi. Oh. I solved it. Do you ever just solve a puzzle with a gun? I can have that. Weep. Classic puzzle solution. Yep. Ooh, that's pretty.
That's very original.
Rainbow.
It just needs more red, I think.
Oh, more red. Hold on.
Having paint at the edge of the canvas makes you look desperate. Try again. I like it, but it's also kind of too red.
Can I be blue? No.
Try adding some more stuff.
Cat.
No, try putting some more loops on it.
Okay.
Could you, draw less?
Singular loop-de-loop.
Minimalism is a neoliberal crutch. You need to paint more.
Apple.
It simply must have more loops. This isn't the MoMA. We can afford more loops.
I gave you more loops and you hated it.
It's not a fur coat. Stop dumping paint on it. I can tell you're trying to say something about capitalism, but do it with more loops.
Capital shock.
You can put that much red on the canvas because you're Picasso. Oh wait, you're not Picasso. Not having loops is very outdated. Read Hegel.
I did it. Spell loop? No. I refuse. Tree. Can I draw on the tree? No. A log. There's no way this will end badly.
Imagine gravity is fractal, because light is just a wave and gravity is just a wave. So imagine there's a big piece of glass that splits up gravity like a prism, so that there's like blue gravity and yellow gravity, and then somebody gets hit by the red gravity, and it makes them super heavy, so they have super strength, but like they're also really slow. And another guy gets hit by microwave gravity, so he's trying to zap everybody, and just when he's about to zap the main guy, we see a lady come out, and she turns out to be Ultraviolet Girl, and she has super speed, so she beats him. And it, like, also gave her giant cans. Thomas Pynchon, Gravity's Rainbow.
It's the giant cans that really got me. What the fuck is happening? Okay, let's listen to this one.
The notion of two realities is uncomfortable, and in recent decades a genuine effort has been made to find the link between quantum and classical, so that we can have a single reality whose laws and rules are united at some deeper level.
He's gonna kill this guy.
This brings us back to prayers. Let's say that a prayer is a classical event, or feels like one. You,
need
a
more
unique
loops.
individual,
I
have a
mean beef.
particular request, which you voice in words that no one else is speaking at that instant. What if this classical event gets processed at a non-local level? The notion isn't far-fetched, because it seems that the mind-body link does consist of fluctuations at the quantum level.
He is
If
100%.
this is so, then any thought, not just a prayer, has
Nailed
quantum
the
implications.
absolute absurdity of half of
Deepak Chopra, A Spiritual Mystery. Does God Listen to Prayers? Part
his,
2.
his narrator. This narrator has nailed the absurdity of some of the segments that were in The Witness, and I understand what The Witness was going for, but it was so heavy-handed that, like, it's so funny when you come into here and this guy is like, yeah, so I've invented gravity, like, superhero fighting for no reason. Come on, you can draw. There you go. What's
A
this one
ship
say?
owner was about to send to sea a venerable old ship. He knew that her barnacled hull, however,
Oh
had
my
often needed
God.
repairs, and doubts were suggested to him that possibly she was not seaworthy.
This is the exact one.
The conscientious old captain thought at once to have her thoroughly refitted, even though it should put him at great expense. Before the ship sailed, however, he managed to stifle these bothersome misgivings, and said to himself that she had gone safely through so many voyages that it was idle to suppose that this trip should be any different. He put his trust in Providence.
This is exactly
and
from The
banished
Witness.
From his mind all ungenerous suspicions about the honesty of the ship's builders, and in such ways he acquired a sincere and comfortable conviction that his vessel was altogether safe and seaworthy. He watched her departure with a light heart, encouraging the crew to dream of the profits that this voyage would return. And he got his insurance money when she went down in mid-ocean and told no tales. What shall we say of him? Surely this, that his belief in the safety of his ship was justified because it was grounded in repeated practical experimentation rather than the hubris of rationalistic a priori belief. It is admitted that he put his confidence in the builders of this vessel, but even this confidence was misplaced, for these were the selfsame charlatans who sought to sell him gratuitous repairs later on, and Big Ship is always trying to get one over on the little guy. Further, we may see that the ship is religion, and the shipwright is Richard Dawkins. The crewmates are empiricism, and the barnacles are Neoplatonism, and the captain of that ship was Albert Einstein.
And there we go.
What the hell was I talking about?
Wow, he really just broke that one down. And no, it's not plagiarism, technically, Aether, because the quote from, I think, The Witness is also attributed to somebody else? Maybe it is the creator. I don't know. But, like, you can quote things. That's not a crime. Okay, back to whatever I was supposed to be doing. Which really, I have no clue. Let's solve a puzzle. I want to eat that bag. Okay, start and end. It helps if I can draw. No, not that. Does it just need to be one? What do you want? Do you want the starts to be connected? And the ends to be connected? Who wants to be connected to what? Do you want the start to end here? No. I guess that one's not... What's happening? I can solve this puzzle if I just cover it in paint, right? It needs more loops, guys. There's also parity laws and whatnot, yeah. Beep. I think you killed it. Knife. It's the Buster Sword from Final Fantasy 17. Not 17. 7. Does it just want this? No. And it doesn't want this. And it doesn't want this. Doesn't Final Fantasy 17 exist, though? I have to look this up. Hold on. Which Final Fantasy? Oh, Final Fantasy 17 is the next one. Or not the next one, the next one? Did Final Fantasy 16 happen? It did. It came out in 2023. Did people like it? What's its reviews on Steam? Mostly positive. You know what? Good on you, Square Enix. I'm proud of you. Okay, back to this. I think I've seen people look up how to solve this puzzle and still fail it. Ebos. That should solve it, right? No? Beep. Circle?
Beep.
Satanism. Right? Hold on, I actually am gonna look this one up because I don't really care about getting everything 100% perfect. Oh, I understand what it wants now. We're gonna go pixel perfect on this. Except I picked the wrong thing. Okay. So I am right in that it wants to hit start and end. The problem was, I thought that it didn't care if the lines touched. Apparently this one cares very much if the lines touch. They care so very much. Now let me have my tea. A log. Wait. 2JB with Candor, the MGT. I'm very worried.
Not only is the novice unable to perceive the board as the master does, but the master cannot perceive the board as the novice does. A master cannot see the bishop on e3 as a chunk of dead wood, any more than you can look at your best friend's face and see a meaningless matrix of colors and shapes. The master once saw the board like this, but now there is no going back. International Master Stuart Rachels, The Reviled Art.
What the fuck? I won chess. I bet the puzzle's on the bottom of that piece. But also, why can I do start and stop here? I don't want to play chess against myself. Is that what you're telling me to do? No.
You can only get good at chess if you love the game. Grandmaster Bobby Fischer. I hate chess. I hate chess. I hate chess. World champion Bobby Fischer.
Okay. Zippy puzzles break my brain. Also Zippy. Look, a new puzzle game. Listen. I'm silly. Also, sorry, yes, I hope you're doing well. Hope everything is safe and sound there. This game feels like a mix between Stanley Parable and Getting Over It. Yes, kind of. Also, do I get to hit things? Hold on, if I line this up and then I... Wonderful. Can I do it again? Hold on, I'm... 10 out of 10. Again. Again. E. Oh, delightful, perfect, wonderful game that this is. It let me solve a puzzle with guns and then said, would you like to shoot a cannon with a puzzle? And the only answer is yes. I did not sink the ship. I think I aimed a little bit too far down. Hold on. So we'll do here. And just pray that that touches. Whee! You know what I want to play again? Speaking of the Stanley Parable. It's not the Stanley Parable, I will say. I want to play the Beginner's Guide again. I don't know why. I just want to play it again. Is there another ship back there? I don't think I can look. Something opened somewhere. Not over here, though. I've seen a lot of people talking about the Beginner's Guide again, and it's just made me want to revisit it. What opened? Something opened. Somewhere. I will never know. I need to figure out how to get back downstairs. Do I have to go through the weird puzzle room again? Was there something up here that I didn't do yet? No. That hasn't opened. I swear finding nice homes for less than 200k is too good to be true. Depending on where you're looking at. Wait, I went too far. Some areas you can find decent homes for that. Not a lot of places. There's the puzzle I shot. Am I drawing that? No. I want to consume the things. Okay, is the puzzle down here? Yes. I did it. Did it open this door? No. Key. I draw on the cube? I want to draw on the cube real bad. I did it. I'm scared. No, you just did hundreds of thousands of dollars of property damage for fun. It made me feel better. More puzzle. Kid menu? Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, no, I want to... Oh. I want a tuna... No, I do not want a tuna pizza. That sounds so disgusting. Tic-tac-toe. Okay, rats. Your... Which one goes first? X's or O's? X's? Okay, I'm X's, yours O, you're O's. I'm gonna go here. Where would you like to go? You got top, middle, bottom. Top, middle? Yeah, but it said top, middle. Okay, you went there. I wanna go here. Who wants to go where? Bottom? No, you have to say what... You guys are saying one direction. Right there. Okay. Where would you like to go next? East? Okay. I'm gonna go here. Wait, no. Not there. I'm going here. No, not that one. Okay, so what about right here? Here, you guys can have chicken nuggets. And I will go right here, and then I win. Okay, back to this very serious business of solving puzzles. I will reconnect the lines. I promise I will reconnect the lines. Eventually. I will get there. I want chicken tendies? No, chicken nuggets. I just wanted to say hi and leave that there. Because now it's part of the puzzle. Okay. Well, there's still stuff in there, but I'm confused. What happens if I talk to him again?
I'll tell you this. When life hauls off and hits me square in the speaker, I don't get mad and I don't give up. Over many nights of thinking hard and drinking hard.
How do you
Up till
drink?
the morning lighting one cup of Joe.
How
with
do you
the
smoke?
smoldering butt of the last slug of rum. This is what I learned. When you're up against the impossible and there's no getting through it, you might just have to go around it. Get a look at the back of the box, if you get me. Read the nutrition facts, if and you follow.
Okay, I'm gonna go read nutrition facts. What do you mean, read nutrition facts? Is it upstairs? I don't want to do it. I'm going around the side of the building. Except, no, I don't think I can. There's a lot more walls in place. Look at that grass. Trader doesn't feed us? No, and I never will. Okay, what's that? I want those puzzles. Hold on, there's puzzles in there that I want. No, wait, I need to go over here. But kids menus, coloring them with crayons and everything, and they still started laminating them. I got so sad. I remember drawing on kids menus with my dad. Like, there's a lot of, like, childhood memories that are just me and my dad drawing on menus together. I think a couple of them are preserved for forever. Because they're in, like, photo albums and things from, like... one time we went to Disney World. And I think there's some... I want in here. How do I open this puzzle? How do I move you to look at the sun? Paper of child menus are very edible. Time to stop eating children's menus. Want to know something cute my mom did with me as a kid? Yes. Look at the nutrition facts. Where's the nutritional value in a puzzle? It's not over here. I don't think there's any puzzles over here. Oven of in these nuts. Sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I take it back. Am I drawing any of those? No. Did something open down here? Wait, you opened. Snake? I want to play snake game.
Back in my day, we didn't have to calorie count our puzzles, Sag.
How do I play snake game? A Snick game on? Probably not. I'm so sad. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. S. This is a door. Well, I mean, that got me somewhere. Okay, so that goes all the way up onto the roof there. And it goes into that room, which was the tower right here.
Despacito.
Despacito. I don't remember lyrics. Oh wait, no, there's... Right... There's a door that will let me out. Me and my brother had a bunk bed and I had the bottom bunk. My mom would write secret notes that mostly said I love you on the wood panel that held the top mattress. I would also write her notes. A lot of time we'd write them in codes or puzzles. I still have the panel of wood. I want to make it into a box for my mom at some point. Tastic, I'm gonna cry. That's so sweet. Listen, sometimes people are okay. There's a puzzle up there. How do I get the puzzle? I guess I'd have to go around this way, but I can't open this yet. I don't know how this one opens. E. There's a door there. I can't get into that door. Unless I can get into that door. Hold on. I'll leave in a second. We'll go wander around more places. I just really wanted to... I want in. Can I draw on these? No. Why can't I open doors? I need a wahoo.
Wahoo!
Okay. Simultaneously sounds like Mickey Mouse and Mario. Nyeh is also a good one. I have a lot of memories of the two of us reading in that bunk bed. My brother moved the extra bedroom as a teenager, so I had the bunk bed to myself. Oh. Okay. I'm going on an adventure. We'll come back to that later. Unless we don't. Oh, the S and the E are in the puzzle. So what would be... Oh, it's gonna be... Beep. It's gonna be... We'll come back and reconnect it. I am... simply... locked in. Touch. 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 So we're gonna do the classic of you just keep going left until you leave. Or you find a secret. I'd also take a secret, too. This feels like it will be full of secrets.
Ooh, you're so close, I mean beep.
Aloop. Where's the nye? There it is. Left wall. I like these leaf textures. I like that the leaves move and the grass barely moves. I actually don't remember at all how to get through this puzzle. You do the classic of you follow the left-hand wall until the game calls you an idiot, and then you leave. That's how I play most of my puzzle games.
Hello.
What if I want to follow the right-hand wall? As long as you're consistent, it doesn't really matter. The thought is that you will eventually find your way to an exit because you'll just, like, touch the entire wall. This is definitely not working, though. We might have to go up on the roof at some point. How do you leave? Hold on, wait. Did I come back around to the entrance? Did he thwart me with my left-hand wall? I mean, I think it would probably work the same for the right-hand wall, so it's fine. I'm just... Hold on. This isn't lingo. I don't have to worry about the shapes and the things changing all the time. Probably. Hopefully. Maybe. This is the entrance. You bitch. Hold on. I'm going back up on the roof. Now that this door is open, I just want to play the snack game. How do I play snack game? I think it's all the way on this side that you can see more. Where did I see stuff? Is it from up here? It is from up here. Is there no way out? Am I just looking for the middle section? I think I'm just looking for that middle section. So if I can get to that back wall, I think I can get to that. You could have solved it in the time you took to get up here? Listen, you gotta get those steps in. Even puzzle solvers know that you need to get a certain amount of steps in. What happens if I demolish the island? Ten out of 10. Dog sitting is a lot, I bet. Good luck. Are you the fountains anything? I don't think this game is going to be that mean, but it's still possible. Okay. Our aim is the back corner. I need to get to the back corner. Or actually, this works too, because this is the back wall right here. And so that means that if we do this, well, this is ominous. Is there something behind you? No. Are there any books I can doodle on? No? Just a restart. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Do I need to... Do you want me to touch the symbols? Okay. Should I be scared? I think I'm scared. I also cannot draw a line to save my life. I'm scared. Oh, it's the cool ass almost. Okay. Oh, so it doesn't want the line to touch. I understand now what is happening. Okay, so if I come over here and I touch this, and then I come over here and I touch this, and then I come over here and I go around this because I'm scared. It didn't like that. What did you not like? Okay, do you want me to touch this? No. Do you want me to touch this? What combination of shapes do you want? Do you want this? Okay. Not that one. Incorrect. Triangle. That? Okay. Oh no. Oh god. I don't think there's a way I can do this differently. Okay. It begins. I'm scared. What do you mean it begins? The suffering? Oh boy. I mean, it can't be that much suffering. This game isn't that long. I did it. The suffering is over. Okay, well I got into here. Is there a way to the over there? How do I get to that house? That house has to have a puzzle. Or at least a dog. I want a dog in a puzzle game. I need more puzzle games that care about my emotional well-being enough to give me an emotional support dog. I feel like that's the only valid solution here. Make a puzzle game, emotional support dog. If somebody says that that's what Undertale and Deltarune are, I'm gonna bite you. Can I walk around the side of this? No. I still need to go up there. Does the hint machine say anything? The emotional support dog in Undertale and Deltarune is not an emotional support dog at all. Emotional unsupport. Okay, a drunk noir hint button help.
This castle's rotten. From start to end.
Okay. Castle's rotten.
Red is the color of passion, kid. And you don't let passions mix. Like the curves on the waist of a first-class dame and the curves on a bathtub of second-class hooch.
Why are you...
If you let two of those curves touch, kid, then God's gotta help you. 'Cause I'll be counting teeth in the trunk of a Chrysler.
Did you get your girlfriend drunk and she tried to kill you?
Just keep on practicing. Remember, kid, practice is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That's coming from Einstein, too, so listen sharp.
Okay, I thought that was insanity, but whatever. Can I draw on that? No. Can't draw on that. Is there anything back down here in this spooky basement? Is it just sick jams back here? Okay. Glad to know where the sick jams still are. At the end of the weird tunnel. Time to scrutinize the entire building. And or try to draw on the walls. So how are the rats doing? Are you guys having a good time zone? Are you guys doing okay? Punting him as we speak. Thank you, Time. To get up early tomorrow, so bedtime time for me. Have a good night, Tastic. Take care of yourself. I'm looking at houses once again. Good luck. There's nothing in here. Did Toby Jam not like you? Is it because of the other emoji? Maybe? I don't know. I barely understand how Twitch chat works. Anything in here? Is there something on the castle that says... start and end? Is there a shape here that I'm supposed to be seeing? Hold on, I'm feeling suspicious. Hold on, I'm feeling very suspicious. Oh, it's backwards on stream. Weird. I'm gonna come over here and look, unless I can't really see through there. There's an E over there. Is there an S on a wall somewhere? I miss Icy. I miss Icy, the villain from Deltarune. Real, not fake. Where is it? It's over there. The wall's over there. It's hard to see with the plant in the way, but there's an E. Is this gonna turn into I'm starting to see starts and ends everywhere? Yeah, because that looked like an S to me for a second. Do you have a start and end in your painting? My masterpiece. I added to it. I'm so sorry. I see the definite real villain who definitely killed Des and is also major villain real. Well, there's all the jokes about Asgore running over Des with his car. Thank you, Zir. I appreciate you. I think the real villain was Icy driving a car running over Des. I'm just going to start combining the crack theories from all the different people. Just to see what happens. Should I be worried? I don't know. With his burger truck. I think the real villains are the friends we made along the way. You know what? I accept that. Can I play this? I want to play the game. I want to play the air hockey. Pew! Wait. Oh no. I have screwed up. Surely it will be fine. Oh god. It's fine. Oop. Restart. Okay. We're gonna draw very perfect lines. We're gonna be very organized. We're going to be mindful and demure. And not a menace to society. I've already fucked it. I fucked it. Beep. It's gonna appear in there. I fucked it again. Yeah, it's in there again. Chat is moving. Hi, Toaster Strudel. Welcome in. Let's do... touching the wall. Okay, so I'm really fucked if there's another one after this, but we'll see. I did it. I played Snick. Okay. Now we go back up on the roof. Oh, the door opened. I love it when a door opens. S. E. E. Huh? Why is it undoing my thing? Okay. Start game. Start game. Oh. Oh god. I keep clicking just off the thing. No. I got 200 points, guys. Fuck. This is what the witness should have been. Fucked it. I fucked it. I fucked it. I fucked it. No! Okay. Ah. I'm doing so good at puzzles, guys. I don't want to start over. I don't like it here. a gamer fridge. Can I touch this now? Okay, I did it. Cube. Ooh. Oh. Oh, there's a puzzle here. What do you... Okay, well this is obviously directly making fun of the witness. Oh, there's a smaller laser inside of the big laser. Another one. Give me another one. Okay, no, I just have a laser at a wall. Okay. Wee. Okay, that's open now. Door. Oh, the laser's pointing up now. You're really trying, aren't you? There you go. You did it! I'm so proud of you! Oh god, why are we here again? It's gonna be the moon first, and then this shape, and then this shape, and then I don't know how it works actually. I think it's how many walls or like lines are on a shape. So this is 2, this is 4, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2, 4. Wait, these are both 6. I don't know what it wants from me. What if I just avoid all the shapes and just connect it? No, it gets upset. Okay. So moon. 4. 6. Is that 6? It might be more than 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have no idea which comes next. If we just assume this one and then it goes wonky, we'll fix it. Wee. Nope. Okay. What if I just touch the one? No. Because the other puzzle had it going for the number of sides on shapes before. Or at least that was my assumption. Okay. Hold on, let's look at this. Yeah, that would be 9. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one gets confusing because I don't know if that is 1. I guess that might be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because in that case, it would go like this, where you'd go 2, and then you'd go 4, and then you'd cry. How do I do this? Because we need to go 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So maybe if you do it like this, you go up and around, and then you go into the middle, and you go touch the moon, and then you come over here and you touch the arrow. And then you come over here, and then you come touch this. Nope, wrong. Okay, hold on. Again. Come over here. You come to the moon first. Then you come touch this one. And then you come around here. And you go... And you connect all of your lines because you're really good at this. Also, ads are happening right now. And then you realize that you've already screwed it up. So if you go like this, so that you make sure that you're down here. And then you go meow. And then you go way up. And then you go like this. And then you come over here. You touch that one. And then you go over here. You come up here, and you go over here, and you touch that one, and then you come over here, and you touch that one, and then you come over here, and you go whoop. And then you do it. And you take the moon, and you take the moon, and you take the moon, and you take the moon. I told you that there was a... I told you. I told you. I told you there was a shape here. There's an S and an E, and so you have to... Does that connect it? No. How do I do this? Oh. Oh, we have to... Oh, this is stupid. Oh, this is stupid. Oh, this is stupid. Because then you come up here and then you go across this green grass bit right here. And then you cry. And then you come over here. I was wondering why there was so much clutter everywhere. Now I understand. It's because the game was trying to be sneaky and hide a puzzle from me. And I saw it. I saw that puzzle. Ethereal music playing.
The obelisk of knowledge. The obelisk of knowledge. Still on Wixel light.
Bye, Aether.
What's the... Stones of reflection. Oh wait, it's a giant cow.
I didn't draw anything. The game made me. The game made me. Ta-da! Bush with small round leaves? What now, potato chip? I have no clue. I didn't think this far ahead. I said this will entertain me for a little bit, and that was the end of the thought. Whoosh, no, I don't have it downloaded. Warframe. No, I'm not gonna play Warframe. You should make a video game on stream. I could just sit here and doodle an A-Sprite. Or we could do map work and also pixel art. I don't have Barony. Did thou see my Magruda? I did. I don't understand anything. about Warframe. I only understand jump and punch. You should start a D&D podcast right now? Okay, so you all show up to a tavern. Oh. Oh. Hello?
Oh, jeez, dude, I was in a coma the whole time.
Okay. I'm scared of this cup. It's fine.
Whoever did this has gotta be some kind of whiz with the computers.
Why is there a puzzle? Sir.
Good stack of pennies. I would never hurt you. Let's see. Easy one.
Okay. I got an achievement that just says solve puzzle in real life.
How's this? Nerd shit. Nerd shit. Now that's a book.
Big Bad Maze book for kids.
One more puzzle before retirement.
Oh, he died. Oh, the game force quits. The game closed itself. He died, guys. He's dead. The man that was looking is dead. He's dead now. Me slipping on a banana peel and dying. Yeah, but he never got to solve his puzzle, and I'm so sad about it. Hold on, I need to make sure of something. I'm missing 2 achievements! Oh, I didn't score 600 on the game. And I don't know what the other one is, and I don't really want to know. Guess we just have to play again? I don't wanna. Do you guys want to have map time? Is it map time hours where we just ramble and look at map together? Map time? Sounds good. Let's do this. Hold on. I have to update the stream where it says that I am not doing the looking. What's a map time? It's where we look where I work on fantasy maps on stream. Like a normal person. I don't know what category does this go in. Map and pixel time. We might open up Aseprite for a little bit too. D&D time? It's not technically for D&D, and it's also not art. Hold on, there's no more puzzles here. Man. What's the name of that program? It is not... No, it's not the Wandering Trader thing. Oh no. Wonder Draft. Are you making maps? I mean, I'm drawing on them. Wonder Draft. Aseprite. That's not how you spell that game. It's not a game. It's a program. There's no extra S. Hold on. I'm learning how to spell in real time, guys, if you could just be patient with me. Spelling is very difficult. Is there no more art and creativity one? It's just art now. That's not me. Oh, they updated the categories. Writing. No, it's not reading. Meow, meow, meow. I have so many questions about Barbie as Rapunzel, creative adventure. That's definitely what we are. I'm putting us in Dungeons and Dragons. I think that's technically the closest to anything that I'd ever get, so we're just going there. Okay, now we open up Wonder Draft. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Don't worry, I'll save you eventually. Bam, bam. Where is it? And map time. Hello. It's map time. We have reading and writing. I want Twitch to bring back the old creative thing. What software is this? This is a software called Wonder Draft. I love it very much. It is a one-time purchase. Hold on, I'm grabbing the link from their website because I do really like this and I want to support them so that they get to do more stuff because they're delightful. Also, the logo for this is a... No, it's not the logo. Hold on, what's the name of the company? The company is called Mega Sploot and their symbol is a corgi splooting. Just laying out there. I love him. Hold on, they're advertising a game. They're working on a video game? Add to wish list. I'm not logged in here. Hold on, I have to open up Steam. Hold on, I have to look at this. Mega Sploot. That's not what it is. Sploot. Nope. I'm looking at Nimbit. It's called Nimbit Frontier. Embark on daring adventures into wild biomes to uncover fragments of long-lost creatures, bring them back to life by hatching their young, build them habitats, and release them into the wild. Become the star Nimbiteer you dream of, surrounded by lovely folks in a small, cozy town. Add to wish list. Here you go. Okay. I have no idea what I'm doing. So the last time I was working on this, and this is why this might also be pixel art time, is because I kind of want to work on throwing some stuff together to have some ideas around this, because I've been thinking about this deeply. So as a TLDR, for people that have not been here and listened to me ramble about this for a hot second, I'm working on a whole fantasy world. I originally had a version of this map that I was going to use for another project. Actually, here. I can open... It's this one. So this was the original map that I had already laid out in everything that I had. All of the regions were supposed to be for different things, and I was like, this is a wonderful map. I really like the shapes on this map, but I didn't like the layout of everything. So I was like, okay, instead of just deleting the entire map and starting completely over from scratch, I took out all of the blocking. Jeff is still here, by the way. He will never leave. Jeff is here. Jeff the Fish Island is a mainstay in all of this. This was the only thing that stayed. But I decided to just reuse it. So I'm trying to figure out some stuff. Like, I have some big ideas. So there is a... I'm just going to open up a new thing. Hold on. I am going to open up Aseprite and make sure that I have done the thing so that I can launch it so it doesn't show my file names. It does indeed not show my file names. Wonderful. Okay. So, hold on. Let me pull up... this. And then we do this, and then I open up... I don't think this counts as a game capture, but we'll see if it does it. This can end so horribly, so immediately. Where is it? This one. Okay. Where did it put it? Hold on, I'm just trying to move all my things around. Do not move my alerts. Put the alerts back. Actually, you know what we haven't put up is put back up this. Let's show this. Hello? Do you not think that this is a video game? It does not think that that is a video game. That's okay, we can use this one. Ta-da! So, I have a game, not a game. It's not a game, it can be a game. Maybe I'll turn it into a game. So there's a world, there's 4 gods, there's... technically you can think of them as elemental gods. They technically do other things than that. There's one that covers fire, one that covers earth, which is, no, earth is green. Air, which is yellow, blue is water. So there's the 4 gods, and they do mysterious god things. Now the mysterious god things happen in many places, but what really matters is the Old Temple. The Old Temple is the only place in the world that technically you can speak to the gods truly. Like, you can pray to gods whenever, whatever, but this is the only place that they ever actually visit. And out of this place, there is a group of cultists, I guess technically is the best way to describe it, that exist outside of the confines of everything else happening in this entire world. So everything else that's going on in this world, all the gods that they believe in, all the goings on that they have, literally do not matter to this small group of people that are up here. The people up here that, like, take an oath and give their soul to the gods, basically, some of them earn eternal life. I guess technically all of them earn eternal life, but some of them die because, you know, people die when they fight. And they work in service to the old gods. The old gods have different thoughts about how things should go than literally the entire rest of the world. Mostly, they don't care, but they also don't want things to get too out of hand. So sometimes the cultists step in and fight on behalf of some wars. Sometimes they just vibe up there. Sometimes they do, like, basically, like, mutual aid support. Like, if something's going on, they'll go and, like, get food and heal people and take care of them. Inside of the cult, there are people that can do everything. They're not a militia strictly. They're not just a healing unit strictly. They have people in every sect of the cult that do everything. So I've been, like, thinking desperately about the Old Temple and everything that's been going on there. But then my brain said, yeah, but what if demons? And so I've been thinking deeply about the demons in the New Temple. Do I understand what's happening here? Absolutely not. I have no idea what's happening here. I have no clue what is happening here. It is upsetting me that it was, like, just barely touching there, and I'm fixing it. I'm trying to figure out if there's, like, a demonic realm that has sprouted that's like a half other plane, and then that's where some stuff is happening. I still need to shower, but I might write some of my D&D campaign. Multitasking? Yeah, just write it in the shower on the wall with a Sharpie. Don't do that. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. But dry erase marker? Oh, you could do dry erase marker. I also know that some people will get, like, waterproof notepads and, like, waterproof, or what is it? Waterproof notepads and then, like, a pen, and they'll put that in their shower for writing. I did that once and forgot to erase it. My roommates were concerned. Ah, you're fine. You're fine. Nothing weird ever happens. I think, actually, one of the things I want to do, I think, because I had that bit covered. I don't want that. I don't want this island involved at all. I want the New Temple stuff all right here. Only on this section. I don't know what happens with this island, but they're not having a good time with the demons. I'm currently alphabetizing baby names. No, I'm not pregnant. I just like having a list. Listen, sometimes you gotta do normal things. I go look at baby name websites all the time because I like writing and I need names and I can never think of more names than Jeff. Also, I want the grid gone for a second. Perfect. That makes it easier to look. So now I have to figure out what's going on here. So I've gone through the list and I've looked at like everything that I'll need for all the races in the world, and I've decided that I don't want to like try to divvy anything up by regions too deeply. I want everything to be very intermingled everywhere. D&D time. Technically the closest thing I could get to the category I want, we're doing world building, and it's world building and also like pixel art time, because pixel art. It won't show me my pixel art. That's because I clicked the wrong thing. Pixel art. Like a normal person. So I had to figure out what I'm doing here. This looks like it could house something fun. I want to put a tiny little baby island inside of this. That's how you start a religion. Itty bitty. That's too circular. Okay, let's turn up the roughness, turn down that. There you go. I'm keeping it. Hear me out, Colt Island. I already have a Colt though, they're right there. There could be a second Colt. Reminds me of the one bit in World 6. I miss World 6. I miss World 6. I say that like I didn't open it earlier, but I miss World 6. I want to play it on stream. I need to figure out what's going on. I think the 720p thing will work for Minecraft, but I didn't want to test that today while I'm also testing other things, so we'll get there. I miss World 6. Okay, this is now a cult, so now we have to paint it. What color does this cult get? Orange. Label. Why is the font color always red? Oh god. The island. No. This would be... police officers heading directly to my location. Sorry, there were loud sirens for a second, but they did not show up on stream. Hey Minty, that color reminds me of Orange Plan for you know what. I miss so many Minecraft things. Yeah, it was the wee woo. Either go take your shower so you can be clean. Old Island. We'll fix this later. No. Stop. Delete. Yeah, I can edit that. Old Island. Nope. Stop it. Delete. Okay. I don't know who lives there, but somebody lives there. I do want to mark out... Actually, you might need the overlay back for this. I want the measuring tool. Trace tool? No. Pads. We're using this. We're gonna make a Jeff path. Where do we want Jeff to go? We established previously, in case nobody was here, Jeff, the fish, the wandering island, is actually a magical being that can move. And we've established that he can kind of also teleport a little bit, so I want to keep that in mind. I think obviously there's going to be... Oh, I forgot that the path does this. I think we could let Jeff do some weird circles up here. Oh, that's fun. Put that back. Beep. Okay. Edit points. I think that's the closest I'll get. No, it won't be. Can I delete that point? I'm adding points that I don't want to add. Okay, let's do this again. Life of Jeff. I miss that Jeff as well. We'll do... It doesn't really matter what order goes around. That will be close enough. I will take it. Where else can Jeff go? I feel like I'm thinking of two things at the same time. I'm pretty sure one is wrong and one is right, but regardless, yeah. But Jeff is a magical island. What kind of creature is? I don't remember, and also it doesn't really matter anymore because I want to remake some stuff from scratch. If we were going to put Jeff into the classification system that I have come up with, he's probably on the end of the scale of being almost completely a magical creature. He isn't half animal, so he wouldn't be involved in the animus stuff, but I guess he'd be closer to wherever I put the dragons. Because I classified some magical creatures separately from, like, the half animal creatures. Because they were so magical that they had intelligence on their own and were incredibly smart. And Jeff is smart even if he is giant and can't really communicate. Jeff is whatever kind of creature they need to be for the plot / silly. I mean, honestly, he could be part of, like, a shape-shifting race. Technically, he might just be a giant water dragon who really likes being a giant whale. Jeff said, "I'm tired of this dragon shit. I'm gonna be a whale." And then he went and sat in the water and is just vibing. Either way, he's gonna be like a giant creature of some sort. I also don't know the scale for like how the map fits into the world, because every time I think of it, my brain goes from thinking of this as like relatively smaller pieces of land and then thinking of it like huge. And I'm trying to figure out where I want it to sit. How big is this world? How do I want this to be? I guess we could start with like the scale of like how big the New Temple Island is and then worry about it from there. Because if we said that like this set of islands, because it's the bigger one and then the 3 ancillary ones, which I'm assuming are not very habitable, are enough to house a respectable sized cult that has its own society, but it's not a continent, that's still a fair bit of land. Need to figure out the details of the third ancient dragon in my dragon setting. I know about 2 of them. One is a city and the other is a jungle, but I want there to be a third, but I figured nothing out about them. I mean, there's infinite options. They can be an island, they can be a mountain, they can be a mountain range. They could be a set of hills. They could be a cave. Don't ask me how that one works, I was just thinking about Okami. And the number of times you have to walk into a creature. It happens a lot, actually. Okay. So if we... Okay, how do I want to think about this? I don't want to think about it in terms of, like, actual, like, dimensions. I'm just trying to, like, rationalize it size-wise. How many towns would there be? Is it just the one town? And farmland and stuff, so they're self-sustaining? Because if that's true for this, then that would mean for these, that each of these could be their own, like, major island population. Not enough to be nations, but these can be respectable sized cities or towns. These could also be uninhabited. Or at least this one might be uninhabited and this one might be jungle. Was thinking the bottom of the ocean / an ocean trench, but haven't been able to convince myself that that works as well as the other 2. Just make your dragon the lost city of Atlantis. I think that works perfectly fine. So the fun part about this one is that I can name my colors, so I can name this island cult. This one gets far north / old cult. And then we'll do this one as new cult. Demons, just as a note to myself so that I remember what I'm referencing. And so all these now have names. It might be a little bit hard to see, but it will help me in the future. So how do I want to go about this? I already have a Land City Dragon and no doubles. Lost City of Atlantis. It's now the ruins of a city. Maybe they had a fight. Maybe they had a falling out. I want to make this color jungle. And I want to make this at least jungle-ish. And I think maybe I want these to be sparser, but I want them to have the same sort of feeling. So this one's the dense one, these ones are sparse jungle, for lack of a better term. If we're thinking about it in Minecraft terms. My map has saved. If they had a fight, that would be interesting, actually. Listen, the ancient dragons can have a fight as a treat. They can have that as a treat. I do like the idea of having an ocean, like, or like island-based society, and maybe these 3 islands can function for that. I feel like that'd be a good way to go about it at the very least. What else? Sorry, I'm looking at my notes as well to make sure that I know what I am thinking about. Let's do a label here. Beep. I'm gonna just call this the Island Alliance. And we'll put it in the middle here. Nope, stop. Okay. I do still want to figure out another path for Jeff. Jeff can do a circle up there. I do like the idea of Jeff passing through this area up here. Maybe getting all the way over into there, but mostly being in this area. So we're gonna go ahead and make him just a little path around all of this. Giant underground waterway that Jeff can take. We thought about having one right here, which is the only thing that makes like the most sense. But as far as like people are concerned, he just appears. And it doesn't happen quickly. He like sinks down to the bottom of nothing here. And then just appears over there the next day. I like to think that society is aware that Jeff can move. And they just let him go. He's not convincing anybody. Everybody knows that there is a giant island that moves. But everybody just kind of lets Jeff go. I think that works almost perfectly. So you get... oh, no. He's being so sneaky. Jeff is an open secret. We do have to give Jeff back his pink. I liked Jeff having pink. Oh, that is very bright. Jeff, you need slightly less pink. Okay, time to name this color just Jeff. Does Jeff have pronouns? I don't think Jeff cares. Jeff accepts all pronouns. Does Jeff have blue hair? He might have some blue scales. At the end of the day, I think Jeff is meant to be kind of a shapeshifter, regardless of how it works. Dragon genders, love me dragon genders. There's so many different books have tackled things like genders with dragons differently. Some of them are like, yeah, binary, and some are like, nah, weird extra genders for the fun of it. Okay, if we have an island alliance here, what do we think about these islands? They're usually in proximity to Jeff. They're probably not very habitable, but there might be like one or two things here. What would they be? They're very far south, so it's going to be very tropical. Oh yeah, this is the other secret to this entire thing. The entire way that this world works is cold to hot. So hottest down here at the southern end, coldest up here at the northern end. It's just blanket across the entire thing. I don't care that that's not how that actually works. That's how I'm setting up my temperature range. If I am on Jeff, does that count as outside of any country's laws and therefore okay to commit crimes that are now not crimes because not in a country's purview? Is Jeff like no man's land for law? The original thing that we had going on with Jeff is that Jeff had a wizard's tower on his back. They didn't care about like the creatures that were sitting on their back, and so Jeff would just like chill with them there, but technically Jeff was claimed land even if everybody understood that Jeff was a creature and would do things and didn't care about them, really. I don't know what Jeff is now. Because if Jeff is a giant magical creature, then you've got to assume that there's some sort of, like, following for him. Is this another cult? Is there a cult of Jeff? I mean, there probably is, but I'm assuming that the cult of Jeff is a lot smaller. But you know what they might do? They might select these islands as ones to spend some time on. So here, let's do this first. They're gonna be jungle-ish. Probably dangerously so. Like, these are all gonna be cliffs and jungle vines everywhere. So this is all going to be very dangerous places to exist. And we're just going to have to expect that there's gonna be... I need the opacity way down for this. Nope. Forward. And up here. Because this is the most probably habitable spot. Maybe there's some down here too. So that will be Jeff Colt locations. Because he spends a lot of time down here in the southern end. And I like to think that this spot is his favorite spot. Do I know why this is Jeff's favorite spot? No, but that's Jeff's favorite spot. So they'd want to be in close proximity. So you're going to have at least 1 or 2 major settlements here. And probably a couple more back here with there's more land in order to set up farming operations. They can kind of trade amongst themselves and then up into the main stuff up here. Which means that we need another label. Jeff Colt. Is there probably some native population here as well? Probably. Are they excited about these people being here? Probably not. Are they also part of the Jeff Colt? Maybe. I haven't thought this far ahead. My dragon genders are mostly that dragons are on some scale of do not gender me, to gender me whatever you want, to I cultivate different genders with specific non-dragon genders because I want specific associations with me to gender me correctly or die. So like people. But slightly weirder. I'm such a gamer, I'm such a gamer. Did you take over Deltarune? What'd you do, Icy? T rank on all rhythm games? On all the hardest difficulties? I have pings. Oh, I know I am pinged. It's fine. On everything? Nice. I'm never giving up on my silly little keeping ass as the normal difficulty ones. I want to get T rank on all of the hard difficulties. Queen Song on normal was the hardest to T rank for me. I think the Queen Song in general is the hardest. It has the most overlapping of notes. I full comboed the normal version of the Queen Song? Hell yeah. Okay, I've invented 2 more cults for my world. I don't want this to be Cult Island. I'm fine with it being a cult. I just want to give it something more. T-ranked the hard Queen Song on first try and it took me forever to get the normal version. That's fair. The Queen Song, like Bohemian Rhapsody or something? Yes. Including the weird double note that only shows up at 1 note on note 214. I'm so proud of us for all being nerds. Okay, so this is up in a colder part of the world. I'm assuming that this inner area of water is gonna be iced over for most of the year. So the outer island and the inner island are pretty easy to get to. They're way up north. Are they going to have stuff? How do they live? How do they live? The only inhospitable northern part is going to be way up there where it's white colored. So this should still be habitable. It's just going to have a very short growing season. Very loud car outside. Very short growing season. They're probably going to have a temple in the middle. Let's do this one, but I don't want these colors. Let's do an icy, kind of bluish tinged thing. That is too hard to see. Make it way brighter. Oop. I really said room. They do that sometimes. Do it right there. That's gonna be their temple. I'm gonna make this smaller. I can move that around more later, so it's fine. I'm gonna go do the chapter 3 secret boss again now. Good luck. All islands are cult islands, prove me wrong. I feel like it's really... Okay, so I think the reason why cults might thrive on an island... Not saying that every island everywhere has a cult, but why I think a cult would thrive on an island is because it's hard to get to outsiders. So there's a lot of like, yeah, it's the isolation. It's the insulation of like the physical location makes it hard for other people to come to you. Makes it hard for outside ideas to get in. Means that running away is a lot harder. Means that if you don't go with the group, you're gonna die. Because there's no one else to support you. But it would definitely work. I'm trying to think of a better name for this, though. Frost Island. Isle of Frost. It has to be like a cold... It has to be like a cold region, which means now I need to color it differently. I made it orange. I want to make it a different color. Change color. Isolation, an original name. A very original name. Let's just make it the opposite color. For no reason. Other than it makes my brain very happy. Okay. Weep. It has saved. Portal? No, it's the save noise. Why does it make Among Us noises when it saves? Because it does. That's just the default save noise. If I press Control S, it does it. I'm sure it's from some sort of like audio pack somewhere. Said that when I saw the orange and the blue next to each other. That's true, it does look kind of like Portal. Okay. So Isle of Frost. I'll figure that out eventually. I'm assuming that they have several ice and probably, well actually, time for me to open up Notepad. No, I do not want my OBS settings document. Thank you though. Okay, so if you were gonna be an Isle of Frost and you needed deities, you'd probably have one for basically just winter in general, and that's probably going to be the lead of your pantheon, because you live and die by the snow. You're going to have one for harvest, because the harvest is going to be super important to you. Maybe a minor god for the sun / warmth. You'd probably have one for the ocean or the water. Opened up YouTube and discovered XL Blem is torturing himself again. Listen, I feel like that's a lot of YouTubers. Every now and then I will look up a YouTuber and just find them doing just the most ridiculous stuff. What else would be for an ice? Oh, I didn't mean to put orange there. An icy area. What other things would they pray to? I guess. Hold on, let's go do some looking up of things. Let's go look at the Scandinavian pantheon. I mean, they have a lot of things, and they in general had a lot of deities for things that most pantheons would. Trying to think what else. I mean, you had Yggdrasil, the tree. Maybe a god of the Aurora Borealis. I'm using some vague, like, real-life inspirations for some stuff, just because that's the easiest way I can think of it. But, like, having something like the Aurora Borealis being more visible in the north is gonna be kind of normalized. So we can do the Aurora Borealis / stars. It's doing a Fire Emblem Fates Lunatic difficulty, but with 0 strength magic, and all enemies have always critically hit. Why? Well, no, I understand why. I guess maybe a god of death of some sort? Because I can imagine you would lose a lot of people in the north just to the cold. I guess maybe the winter would also cover death. The sun / warmth would also be life. Harvest would also be about the growth of crops. I mean, there has to be one that looks in the future. Maybe that's the Aurora Borealis one. Future sight. What else? Actually, instead of the water, it'd be the sea, and so that'd probably also to do with, like, seafaring as well. What else would go on with their culture? If they're a weird cult one, maybe having fewer gods is better. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They'd end up spending a lot of their time with that. Unless there's, like, a secret actual leader of the pantheon that they don't worship but exists there? I'm not sure what that'd be. All clean, nice. I'm trying to figure out the rough pantheon for a snowy area in the world. I was thinking of potential gods for campaign. So the way that I've been doing the pantheon for this very specific, very tiny island I know this sounds ridiculous that I'm thinking of a pantheon for this place, but they're very insulated. They're probably going to have their own little culture that they've thought of. Oh, one for trade would actually be good. I guess maybe the seafaring one would also cover some, like, trading. No, I'd just cover travel. Definitely need one for trade. So the way that I do pantheons, when I'm trying to do a holistic setting like this, is I think about the needs of where you're looking at. So like this area right here on the Isle of Frost, very insulated, very much going to be thinking about like survival. And so like thinking about like, okay, well they're covered in snow almost the entire year. They're going to be thinking about the ice and the snow all the time. So the winter, or ice and snow, is going to be a god. The harvest and the growing of crops is going to be a major thing that they think about because the growing season will be so short. So they will definitely have a god for harvest. They're definitely going to have a god for something like a feature in their world. So I was thinking about the Aurora Borealis in the north. The Aurora Borealis / the stars in general will probably have something going on there. Might have multiple names for different types of snow / ice. Yeah, that's another thing to think about, is like things that are prevalent in that area are going to have many different names just because of the amount of like differences that they will know between those things. So like in this area, they might have a name for the ice that is specifically in this middle area, whereas they would have a name for ice in other areas. So that's another thing to break down. I don't want too many gods, but I also want things to make sense. Well, see, this is the fun part about a pantheon. You can assign a god as many things as you want. You can have the god of snow also cover, I don't know, what's something else that exists in life? Weather. You can make it that they are mainly the god of snow, but they cover all of weather. There's a presentation and then how they are actually interpreted. Big gods and then smaller and smaller gods underneath them that get forgotten. Or like even think about it like this. There's a lot of like smaller gods within even like the Greek and Roman pantheon, but the way that eventually people talk about some things is those smaller gods are just part of a larger god's identity. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, well, it's their children. Maybe, because like Nemesis has like, technically there's some other gods about like revenge that exist, and I think they're technically Nemesis's children, or maybe sisters. I can't remember which one, but like it's really, those identities get conflated and twisted together all the time. Watching you make this world makes me want to be a part of another D&D campaign, since the last two that I was a part of have both kind of died. It happens. I'm gonna be so very honest. Me working on this world is an exercise in, I don't have a D&D campaign and I keep wanting to play TTRPGs. And I just really like world building, and because I kept not liking the stories that I was writing in other worlds, I decided to just give up and just make a world. And I can assign stories to it all I want, but the main project at the end of the day is the world that I'm building. Like Eros / Cupid is a god of romance or something, but obviously Aphrodite is the goddess of love, basically like his boss. Yeah. So like DM Ziploc? I'm not gonna DM. Technically this would fall under the purview of like what a DM would do, but like this is also just what I do for fun outside of DMing or playing D&D. I don't want a DM though. I would give somebody, if they wanted like all of the notes for this world after I was done, I would give it to friends to use as like TTRPG settings. I don't really care that much. There's a lot of empty space I gotta think about. Well, now I want to work on the Island Alliance area. If anyone made a campaign off this, I would 100% want to play. I mean, partially what I'm doing in the world building is setting up a really open place for me to just play around with characters like they're little, like, dolls. You make a setting guide? Technically, I am making a setting guide. For myself. Technically, that's what I'm doing. For all intents and purposes, this is just making a setting guide. I want to work on the Island Alliance. I think that the Island Alliance gods, or like any sort of like religion, would probably be mirrored here. Not necessarily for the Jeff cult, but for the other cultures that might also be existing in there. I don't think there's any other southern islands, but I do want to look at that. So this is where some of the stuff that I'm interested in doing gets really weird. So part of this setting is going to be, how do I describe this succinctly? Part of the setting is that I'm taking kind of a, American Gods approach to the pantheons to describe that a little bit more clearly. The idea of gods in this world is a little bit weird. So there's the old gods in the old temple that are the ones that made the fabric of the world on which they are living. There's 5 of them, even though in the symbol that I showed earlier, hold on, let me throw that up there. Even though in this symbol there's only 4 gods, like, represented, there's, nope. Technically, there is a 5th in here. And I haven't figured out how to represent her just because weird, but there's a void god that also shows up, whose main purpose in this world is kind of being the glue that sticks everything together. So, how did I describe it to myself? Hold on. A Scrivener. I started digitizing some of my notes just to keep them kind of organized. So she's one of the primordial gods. The Void Mother is at the heart of the world, a god of traveling planes and of magical glitches that may break everything else apart. She's brought together the 4 as detached as she is. She also wishes to be involved in the well-being of the world. So like the Void god is like kind of a weird overarching creature that is behind this, but didn't set it up. It is very specifically these 4 that put together the world. Love map and lore making streams so much, but must bed awful. Have lovely rest of your time zone, Smith. Have a lovely time zone, Clover. We appreciate you so very much. Don't worry, this will still exist. There will always be VODs, and I need to organize last week's VODs and get them uploaded and done and organized. Okay.
Comfort streamer. Map lore, map lore, map lore.
Voids.
Trato 10 love.
Essentially, the way that it works is that these 4... I know that we're just looking at circles. Here, let's look at this one instead. These 4, there's the fire, the water, the wind, and the earth. They all met because she traveled the plains and basically put them in contact with each other and said, hey, you guys could make something together. And I can help bind it together so that it will exist. Because all of these other gods only existed because... I don't know. That's the weird part of the lore that I have to figure out. So it's saved. So the plane that we're looking at here is technically like the mortal plane or like the material plane. There's 4 planes that exist outside of this one for sure, which are the planes that the primordial gods exist in. Void exists in everything and nothing at the same time, and she kind of like holds it together like glue here, but she also like holds all the other planes in relative distance to each other outside of this plane. I don't know how that looks. I haven't decided whether or not it's like some of the D&D ideas of like there's discs floating around and things like that, or like looking at like Discworld and things and like how those maps are put together where you have like a world that kind of looks like a planet and then you have all these other like planes that are like discs. Regardless, it doesn't really matter right now. What matters is that the planes for fire, water, earth, and air spawned, and the primordial gods for those elements were just part of that spawning process. Like, they just existed. There was no, like, preamble to them. They didn't, like, be formed by something there. They weren't formed by some larger creature. It was just by whatever powers combined in the universe, it made them. So they have, like, this is the first time that they've, like, gotten to make something, which is why they're interested in it. It's why they have a temple here. It's why they have a set of cultists that listen to them and carry out their will in this world, separate from what other people are doing in the world. But besides then, every other god is spawned from the belief of the people inside of the realm. So, like, the 5 gods that I listed before for the Isle of Frost, the winter/death, the harvest and growth god, the sun, warmth, and life god, the seafaring god, the aurora borealis/stars, the god of trade, which will probably be the god of something else as well. All of those are technically physical beings. Technically. They exist inside of this world, they do stuff in this world, they're real. In that, you can run into them. But what makes it very interesting is that, like, the god of seafaring here would technically be the god of seafaring here. Because it'd be very, very easy for the Island Alliance here to have some sort of seafaring god. Now, the names that they would go by in the Island Alliance area versus up in the Isle of Frost are going to be vastly different things. But the idea is that they would be the same thing. And so if we look back at Asebright, I have this one file that has all these symbols in it. Now, these are mostly based off of the alchemical symbols for some of these elements. I don't remember where they come from. I'm going to do more research into it. But the idea is mainly as a shortcut for me, and maybe as a way for, like, if this became something like a D&D setting or a Pathfinder setting, or who cares what kind of setting, a TTRPG setting, what would happen is that if you saw this symbol, it would make everybody think of a similar deity. So there would be overlap in what people associate. So, like, the seafaring god would be the same one across both areas. Despite the fact that the Island Alliance is so far away, they would use the same symbol here for the seafaring god as they do up here. And it would be the same one as they use for this area, or even along the coastline. I think I'm going to go time zone, have fun, Trado. Thank you. I'm going to just sit here and ramble. It's rambling time. I actually want to do something up here before I forget. I want there to be at least 3 settlements here. I want those to be there. Risk of rain? I know! So, I'm gonna come back to this. So, Island Alliance, we would definitely have the seafaring god again. Probably the trade god would also be here. I don't think they would have as much of a harvest/growth god, but they would definitely have, like, a god of sun, warmth, and light. So that one's gonna probably be the leader of the pantheon here. Sacrifice my run for the bit. What am I anymore? I don't know. What are you? What else would they have? I mean, what's going on in jungles? What are jungle-based pantheons that I can think of? Or areas that just have a lot of jungles? Rot? Ooh, that'd be a really good one. Maybe... the Inca civilization would probably have a lot of similarities. Very warm area. No, I don't want your weird AI slop, Google. But rot would be a very interesting one. That one would probably go to hand in hand with death. Probably something to do with more like fire or volcanoes? Maybe the earth in general in there as well for that deity. What else? There's a goddess of potatoes? Sorry, there's an Incan mythology character who is the goddess of potatoes. Oh, I love that. But this is what I'm talking about with like hyper-specific gods. So like in the Incan mythology, there is the Earth Mother. I forget what her Pachamama. That's what her name is. So there's Pachamama, who is the Earth Mother, and obviously like growing things is very important. And underneath her, they have some of like her children are things like Goddess of Potatoes. And it's because potatoes were such a vital part of their life that they get their own god. Which is really how you need to think about it. It's the things that we care about and the things that we want to have importance, good or bad. That's what gets a god. What else? Maybe a god of trees. Okay, here's the real thing. Do we give the god of rot trees? Because trees would rot so quickly. Especially in an island environment where they're always getting weathered. So they break down quickly. You think there's a god for every layer of the jungle / rainforest / whatever? I mean, probably. Yeah, maybe I'm giving them trees. And even if it's not the actual god of rot, it might be like one of their children or something. Like the underbits, the middle parts, and the way up there. They also get lots of bugs. So the rot, death, and trees and bugs. I'm trying to think. I'm not sure if the Island Alliance is going to be... because they're very in the middle of everything. Whereas this one's up in the cold North Waters where it'd be harder to travel to begin with. So they wouldn't talk to as many people. But down here, I feel like trade is constantly happening around them and through them. So the trading would probably be more important than it is in the Isle of Frost, where the Isle of Frost feels like trade is just like part of the way that they get some of their like sustenance and can be integral. It's not a huge part. They're trying to be more self-reliant than outwardly reliant. But they would trade amongst each other as well. Whereas like in the Island Alliance, I think good trade, good luck, trade and luck would go hand in hand because there's a lot of trade happening. You'd want good luck in all of your travels and all of your trade. I think that they would definitely want to worship somebody for that. Giving rot trees, and you can also be like a god of warning, danger in the way that you don't want to climb / trust a dead tree because it's weak and will not hold you as much as a living tree will, so need to know the difference / warning signs. Ooh, I'm making a note of that. Thank you, Minty, for the idea. I think that's all I want to go with. I feel like I don't need a lot of gods here. There's gonna be some overarching, like, pantheons that exist agnostic to location. I know that all we're looking at right now is, like, location. But part of what was really important to me was, like, knowing where things will overlap pantheon-wise. And it's, like, a major feature of this world for me is, like, elves are going to have a different set of gods than, like, the Fae. They might have some overlap because the Fae are magical creatures, technically, by the way that I classify them, and elves are on the more magical side of the scale, but not quite as magical as the Fae. And there's some overlap there in, like, what's going to be there. But, like, an elf and a Fae that live in the Island Alliance area would believe in the same overarching gods for the area, probably, and then, like, their specific pantheons for their different races. So, like, the Fae might have more emphasis on a god of magic, whereas the elves might have more of an emphasis on knowledge or something else. I haven't gotten that far to, like, break down those races and what's going on there pantheon-wise. So this is inspired from my dad's most recent camping trip, where a dude outside my dad's lean-to for the night tied one side of his hammock to a dead tree he didn't realize was dead. Tree fucking came down while the dude was in the hammock for the weight of being in said hammock for like an hour. Luckily no one was hurt because another tree caught the now falling rotted tree, but still, Jesus, that's terrifying though. I definitely want a sun and a moon god, but I'm not sure where to go from there. Well, I mean, are you working from an already existing map, Aether, or are you making the map yourself? Are you deciding whether or not this is in a continent or on an island or somewhere else? Making the map myself? My suggestion is always to throw the shapes down. Don't get too into the Pantheon until you've thrown the shapes down, and then look at what you have more of. If you have a lot of, like, ocean, probably a god of ocean. If you have a lot of land, you probably need a god of earth. You might want both anyways, but, like, the importance that you lend to one or the other depends on what the world looks like. It's one of those, like, let the environment inform the storytelling and let the storytelling inform the environment, where you kind of have to play catch up with that every single time, which is why you've got, like, I made this map, I understand that, like, I understood the, like, scale of temperature, and so I understood this is going to be cold. Okay, well, what would people in a cold, isolated place feel? Okay, well, we can go further with that. And you kind of, like, jump back and forth between, like, here's the Pantheon. Oh, that means that this area could look like this. Oh, but that means that we need a god of this. Oh, this means that we have this. And you can make them, again, as vague as you want. You could literally have a 2-god system, and that is all you need. Sun and moon, fire and water, air and earth, life and death, warm, or, like, yeah, warm and cold. Like, there's a lot of opposites, so you can play with the idea of opposites in the world that you're doing. And that can then play into, like, the story that you tell. Creation and void. Yeah, there's lots of opposites in the natural world. Growth and rot. Those kinds of things. So leave it open for you to play with, but if you really like that Sun and Moon God setup, play with that first. See where you can go from there. Maybe you have different races that are nocturnal versus, what is it? What is it when you're awake during the day? I have to look this up again. It's not diurnal, because that's not it. Opposite of nocturnal. Oh no, it is diurnal. What am I thinking of? There's a name for creatures that are awake at, like, dusk and dawn. Crepuscular. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm giving this word to you. But it's the name for, like, creatures that are mainly awake during dawn and dusk, and then will, like, do, like, sleep during the day and night, mainly? Or at least aren't active. Which is very fun to think about. It's mainly, actually, right now, a lot of, like, rabbits and deer and some of those kinds of creatures will be more active at those times depending on their location to kind of match what humans are doing, which is an interesting thing to think about. It's very fun. Okay. I actually want to mark out some cities here. So let's go ahead and get a nice deep green. Let's do these. So how many do I want to have? I'm assuming one major town on both of these islands. And then maybe a smaller town that's a larger symbol. Maybe we switch these. Let's put one of those there. One of these here. Now we're going to go through and we're going to move them. So we're going to switch these. Put the largest one there, and then I want to put the... Actually, I do want this one over, like, on this side. So there might be, like, a little mountain range right here. Maybe that's what's dividing it. I'm removing the overlay again. There might be something like that there. For this one, I do want this one closer to the port, and then this one up here. Or maybe down here. Maybe we need a second one on this one. Put that there, put this... Can I copy? Can I copy you? No, I can just do this though. Put one there. Maybe we have two up here. No big cities here. I want one right here because that fits nicely through some of these trading routes. And then one over here, which would be closer to there. Not major things, but there might be some magical creatures that exist inside of there. Whereas these ones are probably more port cities where people come and hang out. So we'll have a couple up there to the north to account for these guys. This one kind of accounts for both of these. There might be something small down here. Like right there. Maybe even smaller than that. Look at that. There might also be... Actually, I've been using that symbol for temples. Let's go ahead and just use this one scaled down to there. And then I think maybe we'll put a temple in there. Oop. I've double saved. Maybe we need to think about this as well. I want... this. Can I don't think I can... No. Oop. think it's closer to that. Put one right there. And maybe one right here. Actually, I want this one back here and then this right here. I think I've decided that these land masses are actually not like super big, but like these are pretty decent spaces, which means that I have a lot of room over here to play with where countries are, where like nations generally live, like how these groups, like major swaths of areas can be decided, which will be fun. I definitely want to make this like an interesting time. So probably need to decide on some stuff here as well. We're going to take this screen from here. And then this was a yellowish? Yes. We're gonna put that right there. Actually, we're gonna put that right there. That right there, and then we'll do these two. Move this out of the way. Put this right there. And I think maybe we can get away with one right there. These smaller islands, all these right here, aren't going to be really habitable. There's land and there's stuff going on there, but they're not as big of a landmass as these. So any settlements there are going to be super small. Jeff has his own settlement. Jeff has a temple. Or a other religious thing on him. Also, ads will be starting in a couple minutes. Let's bring this color down. We need something that will contrast with Jeff. And maybe a settlement on him. We'll figure that out. Meow. And I think these can be pretty agnostic. Maybe this one's just closer back here to make sure that they have a way off, but maybe they're also in the middle and they've got docks or something that can fall on both sides. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they should switch and maybe the town should be up here for this little inlet. And then this one will be for the love of God. Okay. I don't like the Island Alliance name. What else would you call a set of islands that are technically not the same nation? I don't want to settle on any major names. Friendship Island. Trying to think what else would work. Nope. What is a group of islands called? Group of islands called. No, it's not archipelago. Google, you're stupid. I wouldn't call this a chain. It's not a polis either. Maybe it is an archipelago? Normally you see archipelago. Well, I guess technically normally you see groups of islands in lines because of the way that our continents move. So it could technically still be An archipelago. Oh no, Wikipedia says an archipelago can, sometimes called an island group or island chain, is a chain, cluster, collection of islands. So it could be an archipelago. I need the fantasy name generator website. I love the fantasy name generator website. If you have never seen this website, by the way, this is such a good resource. This is like, no joke, one of the websites that I go to. I don't use the names that I generate out of here verbatim. What I use them for is like the inspiration to get me there. Because words hard. Using MS Paint to make my map? Listen, use whatever works. You could draw it on paper with pasta, and that would still be fantastic. Do they have island names? Island name generator. French ones. Love that. Hermelem. Hermelem Archipelago is what it gave me immediately. The Humongous Archipelago? No. The Cheering Isles. I guess it would probably be a name to do with the fact that it's like, crossroads. Crossroad Archipelago. How do I spell archipelago? Hold on. Archipelago. That's how you spell it. I got there. I have to rename that in my notepad as well. Crossroads. It helps us I spell roads correctly. Archipelago, which will now be the only way that I know how to say archipelago. I will not be able to spell archipelago without calling it archipelago. Okay, so if we have that one figured out, then the Jeff cult has to change. So this is also, I'm just putting a whole bunch of spaces. If this is technically also an archipelago, I guess it could just be a whole bunch of isles together. We've decided that a lot of this is uninhabitable. Is it because it's all spiky? I like spiky islands. Hold on, I want to look at pictures and see if I can find something. Like, there could be some of these. Hold on, I'm trying to find a good picture. So this is an actual real place, by the way, that I'm going to show a picture of. This is not a picture that I took. This is technically also from a 360 cam, so I might look a little bit funky. But that's because it's a 360 cam. Yes, replace it. If I go back to my nonsense window, which is currently a chinchilla with a shopping cart, it's gonna be a little bit blurry. But this is what I'm thinking of. So, like, in this, if you're looking at this, some of these islands here are going to look like this right here. They're gonna be like raised kind of pillars that you can technically put stuff on and like people might try to live on, but these are going to be very inhospitable places to live. They're not going to be super great. They would probably have more jungle covering it than the way that this one currently looks. Because none of these, except for like one or two, are small enough to, I think, be literally this size. But think about it as like they're going to be made of pillars and like that. I'm trying to think what rock it reminds me of. Is it basalt that has the hexagonal shape? Hexagonal rock. Yeah, it's columnar basalt. Hold on, I need a picture of this because I do think it's very cool looking. You can also look up tons of pictures of this as well. That's the basalt columns of Iceland, which is not what I'm looking for. Maybe it is what I'm looking for. Like this, save image as. We're doing geology right now. I hope you guys are having fun. And by you guys, I mean everybody listening to this for background noise in the future while I ramble about shenanigans. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is the kind of stone that I'm imagining some of these places are built out of here. So you've got these, like, incredible shapes that are coming up out of the ground. But a lot of it is, like, segmented like this. Maybe it's bigger segments. Maybe it's just an aesthetic that I really want on this, but that's kind of what I want. I want to have this very straight lines at the edge, like, maybe somebody even uses that to their advantage to help make natural staircases out of parts of, like, the pillars so that they have an easier way up and down. Maybe it makes it even more difficult because of the way that some of the stone likes to fall apart. Just making it so that, like, there's an interesting aesthetic down here, which I'm going to put in my notes as well. Basalt. Nope, this is the wrong one. So we're looking at what we've been calling the Jeffcold area, which we'll figure out more stuff for later. Noting that they have the same pantheon as the Crossroads Archipelago. It unironically helped me figure out how to spell it again. We want them to have basalt columns / pillar islands. So we just have to think of a better name for it. Back to the island name thing. The Clam Isle. Sorry, that's just really funny to say. I think either Isles or... No, not Enclave. I don't like Enclave for it. I don't think... Maybe just Islands or Isle. Is there something out of columns that we can get there? And there's gotta be a temple on one of these somewhere. I have no idea where, but I'm adding one. I do need different colors again. Put it, like, right there. That one is so hard to see. Brighter yellow. I'll figure it out. I might make a note with a label. Temple. Ah yes, I can definitely read that at normal size. Okay, so we have to figure out this. Maybe there's a more regional name that I need to figure out. I'm gonna, for now, call them the Blank Isles. keep just as a temporary name, and I will figure out that middle world? I'll figure out that middle world. I'll figure out that middle world word eventually. I need to stop doing that. Just adding a bajillion spaces to that. Let's move this label. How did the regions work again? Okay, we're gonna do this just so that it'll kind of snap to the thing, and so that we can think about it for a second. I could mark out major regions, like the far north being its own thing, because it's gonna be completely separate. So I think I want to be able to mark out at least some of those major areas. And then we'll be able to mark out major regional areas later. They might have multiple countries within them, but I want to make sure that I'm marking out some stuff. Just so I have some lines of delineation to look at. I'm also thinking of where I could add more detail about some of the areas that we've already been looking at. It's mainly been the islands, but that's because they're isolated and easier to deal with. But we can look at some of the major regions to look at like the way look at the list of, I guess, biomes that we want to be working with. So let's go ahead and mark this one out with a blue-white. Sorry for sneezing. A blue-white border. Use this one. To hold shift when creating points. There it goes. So like, look at how it kind of snaps together along the border. It's not incredibly smart, but it's certainly trying. That's a fun little corner right there. Can I get it to snap? No. Okay. It is not happy with what I did. Hold on. We're gonna do that again. I need to remember to take it up and around so that it actually does the thing that we need it to. No, come on. I'm also imagining a lot of this northern area is going to be kind of inhospitable. Not like entirely inhospitable, but you know, like, it's hard to live in a place like this. Whoops. That's fine. We can iron that out. So what I'm doing is I'm just dragging this around. So now that entire area is marked out. I think as well, what I can do is do that. So I fixed it. I can also come over here and change some of these to do things that like
Rats less than 3B.
include this. Have a good night, Aether. Take care of yourself. I can also come over here and I can fix this. And we can also come over here and fix this. Although it seems to want to cry. Sure. I love pointy lines. Come over here and add these up here. Fix this one a little bit. This is where we get into some of the stuff where like the map maker can't really do everything for you. It can do a lot of very cool stuff, but it can't do all of it. But that would be true regardless of what program you were using. There is no singular program that would be good at everything. So also... No, we'll leave those islands out of it. No, I've taken it back. They're coming with. There we go. Now, we have that a little bit more concretely blocked off. I don't want to block off these because I don't think these regions need to be blocked off. We will need to probably do some blocking in here because I want to leave space for some like major geographical regions in terms of like biomes. So we probably need, just to note this, needed biomes. We're going to need some forests, some mountainous regions. I don't know how to spell mountainous. We're going to need some... What other major biomes? Desert / dry biomes. We're going to need... I'm just trying to think of like areas of the United States. Because the US has a lot of biomes going across it. Not all of them, but a lot of them. We have the rainforests and the jungles, but I'm going to keep them noted. We have some snowy areas, but I'm going to just write snowy regions just to make sure that I keep that in there. Volcanic? That's not a biome, but it's close enough. What else do we need? We need plains. We're going to need swamps / bogs. And I think those are the main ones. Granted, some of these will happen like over and over again, so it's not like we're going to only have one or the other. I'm just thinking about like what's going to be major. Because you can have a desert technically up here in the northern section. it just doesn't get that snowfall, or the snowfall that it gets is not enough to be a heavy saturation on the world. I mean, I could work on the far north Pantheon right now, because we have the old temple and the new temple, but there are probably some groups that live up in the far north. I'm not sure if they would be smaller towns or larger towns. Like over here, there's probably a group of people, because at least this area, especially like right here, would have access to trading across the coast. So like they'd share the same trading god that exists here. There might be things that live over here. No, actually, because they'd probably want to live down here. There's definitely going to be hardier races that could live anywhere, though. So, like, does it matter? Does it matter that it would technically be inhospitable when there's races that can live anywhere? What if there's, like, a tribe of winged animists that like to live over on one of these islands? That's some of the genius of working with, like, a fantasy setting, is being able to sit here and stare at these regions and go, like, oh, this could be anything. Like, this could be absolutely anything. Actually, you know what I think would be up here? I think up here we actually do need to represent a couple things. So we're going to use the island cult color, even though it's not going to be the island cult. I'm thinking this is just a good color for some northern islands, but I think this area has some Jeff, because Jeff does pass by up here. So there might be some groups that live up in this area that would want to, not regions, symbols, that would want to keep their eyes on what's going on up here magically. So I want like a small town there, a small town here. Maybe there is a temple or other structure here. Maybe that's further inland. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Grab this one, move this over here. We'll label this as a secondary Jeff Colt Part 2. Because that's definitely how that's gonna go. So I'm gonna put the notes for this one up near the Isle of Frost, Jeff Colt Part 2, which will definitely get a new name eventually. Is probably going to share some Pantheon with the Isle of Frost. Jeff is more important though. Are they gonna be big settlements? Probably not. Oop, don't put that there. Actually, let's go ahead and take this one and put it down here, because that would be easier to travel. And put this one up here, because that'd be easier to travel there. So you'd get some trading back and forth between there for people that are coming up into this area. This might even just be like a tourist attraction rather than being like a major settlement. It's essentially like a tourist trap island where people go to talk about Jeff. It will have, well, Jeff will have a different name eventually. I haven't quite decided how I will change Jeff's name, but Jeff's name will change at some point. He'll be called something somewhere. I'm not sure. Okay. I could start working on some of the symbols for some of the deities that we've already figured out, though, because I don't think I'm going to figure out anything else too major for this. So let's go ahead and start working on that for the end of stream. Not that one, this one. So we're going to be using this template. It is a 75 by 75 spot. That's how I would like to keep it. So we'll go ahead and do this. We will name it... I guess let's look at the list of gods that we need to work on. I want to work on maybe ice. That would be our winter death god. I don't know why I capitalized all of ice. We go in here. Do I want a background color just to make this easier to see? Maybe. Hold on. Background. So I can toggle the background on and off depending on what I need. Or change the color depending on what I need. I just need something. You. Beep. Let's make this one white. Actually, we might want it to be black for this. Although that makes my lines hard to see. Ooh. That's fine. We could make it like a snowflake. Nope, that's still the fill. So we're gonna do that. I want it to be simple though. So if I was gonna make it simple, let's use straight lines. Maybe this just needs to have all of the symmetry. It does just need to have all of the symmetry. Actually, what is the half of 75? Hold on, I have to do math really quick. $75 divided by 2. 37.5. So it should be on the 38th. Is the symmetry point. Is that what's true for this as well? Yeah, that is the 38th. Oh, but that's... Hold on. Wait, that screwed everything up. $74. Oh, it's because of that. That's what's screwing me up. Okay, so it should be in the middle of 37 and 37. Okay, it should be fine now. Actually, let's start with this. So we're using the preview down here to make sure that we're doing it right because I'm too zoomed in to see what's happening really. probably the most complicated of the designs, but I think that it will work well. So we have the ice symbol. Maybe we should do the opposite of this then and do the warm one. Not fire, like is listed down here, but a separate one. Uh-oh, I have done this in a way where the black is on here. I will fix that a different day. Because I don't, well, I could just fix it right now. So now we get the erase. Perfect. Now I can take off the background. And now we have that, which looks very silly. But looks way better with the background. I might simplify this further eventually, but I think I actually got a fairly good circle shape in the middle, which is kind of impressive that I did it without even thinking. So we're just going to take that and we're going to run with it. We're going to save. Now we're going to hide that one. And we're going to add warmth. So the symbol for fire is a triangle. And if I go and look up symbols for fire, of course the triangle always comes up, a flame comes up. Which is pretty simple. There's icons that are just wavy lines going up that they use for fire. Some people use a really simple fire shape. But if I was going to use... If I was going to make a symbol for just warm, I wouldn't want it to be fire, but I would want it to evoke the feeling of fire. Also, welcome back from the ads. So if I was going to want it to evoke fire, we're going to use the color of fire for this. We're going to come over here and we're going to think about this. Nope, we're not going to draw a line. So what if we used the circle shape to help us? I don't want one that's that big. I'm going to use this to help us line it up. Okay. So we have that as the beginning of it. Normally fire is some sort of like warmth, but I kind of just want the idea of an ember. So we want it to be not as... This just looks like she's got fun hair. This looks like that one character from Teen Titans. That's too big of a swirl. Something like that. Use this. I want the end point to be there. Actually, yeah, that's... Try again. Probably like that. I want something that does like that, so let's put it... Oh. We'll need to iron that out, I guess. Like that. Oh, I've made a loop. Maybe that's not what I want. What do I want? Maybe we take from the... So the other symbol for fire was to do... Basically just... Oh, I need to... Basically like this line repeated. Maybe I do just need to... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do a fifth one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks unbalanced. 6. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think maybe that's just it. I think maybe we go with the symbol of the heat waves, because then that communicates the idea of warm without the same thing. Cool. I'm gonna mark that one as done. I'm gonna mark that one as done. That one's technically done there as well. The harvest/growth one would be interesting. Because we need to figure out a symbol to communicate. It's just the wheat. I need to just to learn how to draw the wheat. Actually, we'll name this one harvest. So what would be the simplest way to communicate wheat? Well, now I just need to look up a picture of wheat. Hi, time. Wheat. I will blink. I'm drinking water too, don't worry. I can safely retreat to 160p. You live your best life. What does the wheat plant actually look like? Also, hi T. Ziploc, you're going to be a podcast now? Okay, I will be podcast. Oh, they have the overlapping stuff. I'm so helpful. Thank you. Also, T, thank you for the stretch time in the water break. I just drank water and I will do an extra stretch. So for T, I know it's only going to be for a little bit, but what I'm working on are some symbols to use to represent gods in the map stuff that I'm working on, and I'll probably post a picture of the updated map so far in the Discord after stream, because I do have to re-export it again. But I'm just trying to think of symbols for a harvest god. I mean, I basically see in 180p, so you know what, that's a wheat to me. You know what? Wheat's wonderful. Let's go ahead and set wheat as this kind of orangish color. And I want to do... I want some symmetries. No, I don't want that. I want that. So we're gonna set up a couple of lines. Actually, maybe the wheat symbol should just be one, which would be fine if we're doing it this way. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up a line down the middle. That's not a straight line. You think the line tool would help me, but no. Nope, it is still not helping. There we go. Hello, can I perchance interest you in Final Fantasy XIV? No. I have too many video games. You cannot interest me in anything right now. But also, yes, because I desperately want to play it. No, that's too... I want it to be... like that. Why, what are you doing? I think we'll just keep it simple. I think we do this where we just do like the stalks of wheat and then we do the little thing at the top. I need to look at a picture of wheat. Do I just make it look spiky on top? Or do I get rid of the line and then I make the top of it just that? Maybe that's what I need to do. No, oh, that's too big. Every time we read that out as Final Fantasy XIV, I interpret it as something to do with Formula 1 racing, which I know absolutely nothing about. You know, Formula 14. The classic. Would it be stupid to leave the symbol as just lines? Probably I shouldn't do that. We're gonna fill these in just a smidge to make them a little bit more full. Just enough to, like, give it some life. But I think maybe the symbol for that should be a very simple thing. We could take it and we could duplicate it. What happens if I take this and duplicate it and also tilt it? Can I tilt you? Fast rotation. Rotate 45 degrees. That was too many. 10 degrees. That's too few because it looks so silly. It looks absolutely wonky like this. I like the idea of it, but maybe not like this. I think maybe we have to draw it from scratch. Okay, we go back to our line tool. Do a tiny little wheat. I just miss the wheat so much. I need a tiny little bit of wheat to get me through the day. Oop. I need to zoom out, come over here, put this right here. I don't feel like there's a good angle at which to do this. Why are you saying oh no? Are you just thinking about Asgore and his truck? I also need this back. Here comes the friggin' truck. Uh-oh. Somebody tell Des. That's too big. I don't know how to make these shapes shape. What if I just cry? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Baby, no money. Sorry, that's been stuck in my head all day. Especially with the 1-800 stuff that came out, my brain thinks about it all the time. Bake wheat at 10 degrees for optimal bread. Okay. Having it get a bit smaller as it gets closer to the top may help with the angle perspective being funky? Probably. But also, this is just neat. Should it be the opposite? This is somehow spaced wrong. No, it's fine. Why do I just like this shape? I met him at TwitchCon in the sensory room after passing out. I worry about you. Like a normal amount, but like, I still worry about you. God doesn't worry about me, so it's fine. That doesn't make me feel any better. Oh. I feel like this symbol is getting too complicated. But also I really like the shape of this, so maybe I just do this. Maybe I just send it. Oh, that one right there. Actually, no, we won't, because then it keeps in line with the rest of it. Oop, I need the line. Meow, meow. Why do I actually really like that? I'm just having a whimsical time over here, don't mind me. I'm counting that as the harvest one done. I might come back and work on this again, but they're not meant to be like... These ones being really, really simple, the earth, air, water, well, they're all hiding underneath, but like, these ones being more complicated or like less complicated, it also reflects that they're primordial gods, whereas like some of these being less complicated is fine. The ice one being a little bit more complicated, fine. This one being a little bit more complicated, it's not that complicated. I've kept it to one color, so. You know, I passed out, came to, and sat up. I was laying on the floor casually, as one does, unconsciously, and was about to ask my friend for some water when the door opened, and then BB No Money just walks in and goes into one of the little cubicles. Generally thought I imagined it until one of my friends texted in our group chat, "Hey, so are we going to talk about the fact that BB No Money just appeared while Time was in the middle of dying?" It was really very funny. You know what? That is very wild. I'm glad you survived. I'm glad everything is fine. BB No Money is just out here doing weird BB No Money things. Okay, harvest one is done. Let's mark that one in my sheet of things. It does sound like a Wattpad One Direction kidnapping fic. In your defense, they're really easy to come up with. Shall we make a little boat before we go? Let's make a tiny little boat. Let's see. Okay, we need a better color for this. I'm making a little tiny boat. How does one make a tiny little boat? Well... I need to put this up here so that it will... Actually, hold on. I'm doing it this way. Boat! Line across it. Erase all of this. Yonk. Boat base. Mine. The real thing that happened to me, and I wouldn't believe without receipts, and that my friend reminds me this happens regularly. Listen, sometimes you just need to stumble upon BB No Money. Boat. Yeah, I'll make it easier to see that. Let's make it this gray. Boat. Bam out, bam, bam out. I miss boat. I miss boat country. I mean, boat country's still real. I just miss it. This is not one I'm gonna use for the sea. I'm just gonna... I just wanted a little boat. This isn't the one I want to use. I just want a little boat. It's real in my heart. It can be real in your heart. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the sea. Probably some sort of like wave thing, like going like wee. Oh, that's the line tool. It kind of helps if I use the brush. Doing like some sort of like wee, but like better. Like that. That was really bad. Hold on. I'll get better at shapes. There you go. Wave. What is this map for, by the way, Ziploc? It is a project that I have been working on. It's saved. It's a project that I have been working on and off for like a couple months just to like... I want to write. I want to write really badly. But I kept getting like upset and frustrated when I couldn't make the worlds that I wanted to fit the things that I wanted to do. So instead of spending all of my time being frustrated, with not being able to just throw characters into a location and like let it go, I was like, you know what? My favorite part of writing is the world building. So let's just basically do a set guide for like a TTRPG and make a whole... Oh, I screwed this up at some point. I was trying to figure out why there were so many things going on here. But like basically make a set thing for D&D for funsies. Just put it out there, let it go, let it be something just silly and fun for me. And maybe I share it with more people, maybe I throw characters into it at some point, but the point is to world build and do a whole bunch of that work and just have fun with it. Because I felt like I was trying to force myself to do too much in stories lately, where I was like, I want to write. Let me just sit down and like figure out a whole thing and have all of the characters figured out and know exactly what's going on. And I wasn't having fun. And I was like, okay, let's return to what's fun. World building. Let's go ahead and make a whole bunch of world, set up the rules for it so that I know what's going on, and then see where it goes from here. So we're in that process where I'm just sitting here and I'm making things up, and maybe I'll make stories out of it, and I could fit so many stories in everything that I'm thinking of. But now I have 2 more cults that I have to figure out. So that's fun. I also need to figure out a name for these islands that have the columns. I have no idea. This is a problem for another day. No, I don't want ads right now. But I appreciate you guys very much for hanging out with me today and for all of my shenanigans. I'm sorry that it wasn't as much gaming. I'm still testing some stuff out, so I didn't want today's stream to be super high energy and overkill. So we got to play the Looker earlier. We got to do some map making now. I will probably share more of the map making process stuff at another point, but now I have a whole bunch of like ideas to chew on. I'm definitely going to throw the updated version of the map into the Discord though. After stream, I will export it and share it with you guys so that you guys can look at it and be like, ooh, Jeff. Yeah, that's all I have really going on. This week I want to do some more stuff, and I want to run a couple more tests. I think that this setup will work for Minecraft to at least be reasonable on stream and completely clear and visible on VODs. So we might do a Minecraft stream. Wild thing to do here. We might do a Minecraft stream just to test out some settings. I think I only caught like half of that because of my wife bad timing and I have major delay now, but I hope the world building is helping you relax your writing. It's a lot of fun, T. It's very much a lot of fun. But for now, it is time for bed. I will see you guys on Tuesday for something. I appreciate you guys so very much. Have a fantastic time zone wherever you are. Take care of yourselves, drink water, eat food, do everything you gotta do. Have a fantastic time zone. Goodbye!
_